All right, let's see. Let me get you all back on here. Welcome everybody back. We'll see how it goes. Because I'm working on iced tea instead of coffee, so we'll see how that goes, which usually never works out too well. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go back to our place by mods folder where all my new factories are. We're going to create a new folder. We're going to go FS 19 Richie Orchard 1. Now we are going to go new folder FS 19 Richie Orchard 2. Why do they not look right? They should have lined up under each other. Okay, there they are. Orchard 1, Orchard 2. I have the 16x map open. I'm going to pull the tree. Let me flip my page over. Alright, we're going to pull the trees out of here. So I just need to click on a tree just to get... Alright, so... I'm going to go in order of my list rather than in order of the... Alright, so apple tree. We're going to go File, Export, Orchard 1. So apple tree. Let's export that out. Next on the list is orange. So let's go File, Export, Orange tree. Cherry. So File, Export, Cherry tree. Pear. So let's go File, Export, Pear tree. Plum. So File, Export, Plum tree. And then olive. So olive tree. So File, Export, olive tree. Alright, I'm going to minimize this a second. Let's go into Orchard 1, because we're going to have to fix all of our pathing. So it should have created me a dummy file in here, and it did. And it has what I need. So let's copy these into Orchard 1, create a new folder, textures. Alright, so there are, and I don't like to view that way, I like to view my icons. So new buildings, textures, let's also grab these. So let's copy these into textures. And then I can delete that, and then I can delete my temporary file, this one. So now let's take and fix our textures. So that's apple tree. Now I can come back in here. Cherry tree. Let me close that. Let me close this. Let me close this. close this. That one. Alright, so olive tree. Let's fix these. Orange tree. So I don't like files within files because it causes lag. Pear tree. So I'd rather take the time and optimize it as I go. So two textures, and then textures. Alright, so that is Orchard 1. Orchard 2, so now let's find coconut, so let's go File, Export, Orchard 2, so let's go, what did I say that one was? Oh crap, hold on. Coconut. So coconut tree. Banana. So File, Export, banana tree. Cocoa. Oop, almost closed the map. Pecan. After pecan, we need apricot and peach. So apricot. And peach, right? Yeah. So export peach tree. And again, I'll leave the map open a minute because we're going to pull a couple more things out of here. So island common files textures, we're going to copy that into Orchards 2. And then we're going to take these textures. We're going to copy them into here. I'm going to get rid of this file. I'm going to get rid of that file. So now Orchards 2, we can do the same thing. We got to fix all of our pathing. Rather fix them now than fix them later. Cocoa. not. Peach. And pecan. Oop, wrong one. Search, replace. And then the last two. Alright, so those are our trees fixed. Sassy one. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. I grabbed something quick. I had a couple of the Johnsonville cheddar bacon dogs, sausages, whatever you want to call them, in the fridge. So I threw two of them in the microwave, made two sandwiches out of them. So it wasn't too bad. It'll hold me over till dinner. Alright, so those are our trees extracted. So now let's come over here and let's grab one of these buildings. So file, export, Orchards 1. So I'm going to grab one of the small buildings. I'm not going to grab all of these, so let's just grab, let's go with, let's grab this guy. So file, export. So let's go with the silo. And then I'm going to grab the water tank, the green tank, and the manure pit. I'm going to grab all of them from one of the ones we just worked on, whether it be grape or the other one. So now I want to, oh, I'm frozen. I want a section of fencing. Do I want this fence or do I want the other fence? I don't know if I want this fence. I don't want this fence. I want a different fence. Was there anything else I want out of here? There is nothing else I want out of here. We're not going to worry about greenhouses today. Let me fly over here. We don't have the fence company on this map, do we? No, we don't. I don't want that fence. Don't want this fence. Alright, let's get out of this map a minute. Let's go to let's go to Ritchieville. Right now we're just pulling in the components I want to build this factory with. Once we get most of them in the file, then we can start building it. Actually, no, we're just going to go with the white picket fence like the other one is. So let's get out of here. Let this open. I'm going to close it. I'm just going to close this a minute. Let's fix those couple textures. So what did we, let's go back to Orchard 1. What did we just import? We just imported in Silo. So we have a couple textures here to fix, and small building. Yeah, we've got textures here to fix, but they popped into here, which is nice. All I just got to do is copy these over to here. And then I can delete this folder. And now I can fix all of these. Yep, alright, didn't look right there for a second. And then we go to our silo, we can fix these. Alright, so that's fixed. Let's go to my archives. Let's go back to the apple orchard. Because I want to grab, no, let's not grab it from here. Let's not grab it from there. Let's go to, I want to go to, what did we build this morning? I want to go to the rubber plantation. I want to go, I want the water tank. How do I want to do this? I want to use parts of this, but I only want to use parts of this. All right, let me. No, I want to build this from scratch, even if I have to resize these. Or don't I? Oh. All right, let's not. Let's do this. Let's go down to trees. We're going to delete that. Let's get rid of this guy. So I want everything that I have here. I do. So let's go here. Let's go File, Export. Let's go Orchard 1. Let's not save this because I don't want to mess it up. And now let's come over here to Orchard 1 and see if I brought all of our textures in, and it did. Oh, I know. Orchard 1. Alright, so we are going to need scripts, this, and this. Let's copy these over. This way they're in our folder for when we rebuild. So now this looks like a hot mess. Let's open up Orchard 1. And give me 1 second, I apologize. Let me just check this message that popped up on my phone, make sure it's nothing pressing. Okay, nothing I can't deal with later. Alright, so let's grab our plane and we'll make it what size. We'll shrink it down later to the size of the factory because we are going to change this up quite a bit. And it's probably going to be ugly and we're going to end up rebuilding. We're going to end up rebuilding this whole mess anyway. So I want to do something, and it needs to be bigger anyway. So I want to create a new transform group. And unfortunately, it has to be on top, or it's going to mess me all up. And we're going to call it visibility. Now, I have no idea if this is going to work or not, but we're going to find out here in a second. So platform, edit, cut, visibility, edit, paste, perfect. Let's grab water tower. Perfect. Let's grab our water tank. Good. So far, so good. Our tip trigger. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. And I knew that wasn't going to go back into place. So let's go edit, interactive placement, and now we're going to have to resize it. I'm doing this for a reason. And a lot of these I'm going to have to resize. But there's a method to my madness by rebuilding this. So let's bring you down a little bit. And then unfortunately when I move the plane over, it's going to have to get resized again anyway. Alright, so that's about the size it was. Alright, so you're in there. Let's grab our plane. Oh, so see now that one stayed the right size, but the other one didn't. I don't even have to mess with it too much. Alright, so that's good. I'm not going to mess with that any further. Alright, so what else do we have left in here? We have a ladder, so I'm going to grab one of the ladders. And did it go all crazy on size? It did. I don't know why it does that, but it does. So let's get it back to the size I need. Alright, something like that. I'm going to leave it just out here for now. I'm going to take the second one. We're going to delete it. That I don't need because there's nothing left in here I need. I'm going to grab one of the fences. Actually, before I pull the fences in, I'm going to grab the telephone pole. So let's go. So let's go edit, cut, visibility, edit, paste. Oh, cool. So that one stayed where it should. Let's grab our second one. Edit, cut, visibility, edit, paste. So that stayed where it was. So the only thing left out of the old factory is the fence. So let's grab a closed section. So let's go edit, cut, visibility, edit, paste. And we're going to have to resize it because it's going to go crazy. And I don't know why it does that. So let's get it back over here. And let's try and get it back to the size we need. So let's go 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Okay, so that gets us close to where we need. So that was a close. I need an open. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. Throw you over here for now. Let's go 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. And then those are the only two fence sections I am keeping. The rest of this fence we're going to delete. So that can now get deleted. That can now get deleted. All right. So let's take this fence and slide it out of the way for now. Let's take this fence and slide it out of the way for now. I'm going to do a quick save. Now I'm going to go so we have our water, we have our manure, we have our herbicide. So now let's go, let me just get these fences over here out of my way for now. I'm just going to put them over by the ladder. We'll deal with these in a minute. Alright, so now I'm going to go File, Import. I want my small building. And I'm going to go, let's go Edit, Cut. It's got to go in here. And I'm going to take it back down to just one scale so we're not oversized. And I don't know if I need the second pole. I probably don't. But for now, I am going to leave it. Actually, I am going to get rid of the second pole. So let's get you about where I want it. So let's get you, actually I can pull you in. Yeah, let's get you pulled into about here. Let's get rid of this pole. Let's take this other light. I'm going to have to move these lights, and I got to move the lights anyway, so the light can just stay floating there for a minute. Let's go File, Import. Let's import in the silo. And we're going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And we'll see if we're going to, if it's too big, we will scale it down, and I think it's going to be too big. Yeah, so let's go, let's start at 0.8, and then we'll see if we want to take it any smaller. Nope, that might work. So that's probably a good size. So let's bring you over here. So this is where we're going to pick up our products, and it might be a little bit too tall. Yeah, so let's go 0.7. All right, I think I can live with that. So that's where we're going to pick up our products from. All right, so far, so good. We'll do the lighting last. All right, now, again, we're going to have to make this a little bit bigger because we're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 different trees. Yeah, so let's grab our first tree. We may do the fence first and then put the trees in, but I want to space a couple trees out. So let's go File, Import, so apple tree. And Are we going to have to scale these down? Don't know. I'm going to just line them up here for now, but we're going to end up moving these a couple times. File, import, I just want to get one of each in here. Yeah, we're going to have to do some serious, alright, hold on. Before we do that, then let's take this. Let's try and map out where we want this thing first. So I don't want this thing being too damn big. So let's try and confine ourselves down a little bit. So the apple tree is going to have to get spread out a little bit. So we have 6 trees. So apple, cherry. Let's bring in olive. And again, this is just rough. I'm just trying to get some spacing in mind. So olive, orange, orange, pear, and plum. So I really wanted to do 2 rows of each tree. So that would make us about twice as long. Trying to keep it small because it's placeable, but I'm trying to make it big enough where it makes sense. So let's go 99 by 99 is a pretty big footprint. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to go 2 trees wide. But that's probably going to be about as close as I want to get it. Now I'm going to take our trees. I'm just going to move this one a minute. So we're going to take our trees and we're going to go back. This is going to end up being a little bit bigger than I want, but that's not much I can do about it. So let's go back to about there. Alright. So let's grab, let's take you, and I want to move you down, and I want to take this other fence and I want to move it down as well. Alright. Alright, so let's grab this guy. Let's turn him so he is at minus 90. And we'll get him lined up. The reason I'm doing it this way is we're going to make this buildable. You're going to have to build the orchards. So I had to redo, I pretty much had to redo it this way in order to make it buildable. Alright, so let's get our fence in. I want my fence to show up before our trees show up. So that one, and let's bring our open one in. So let's spin that around to 90. And once we get it lined up, then the fence will start going a little bit quicker. We're at different heights for some reason. So let me get you down. Get you all nice and lined up. Alright, so that should work. Alright. Let's get our fence in. And then we'll put our trees in. I'm positive we're going to make this buildable. Because who doesn't like building factories? Everybody likes building factories. Yeah, I think I'm going to scale these trees down. They definitely look big. So before I get this fence too much further, these trees are definitely going to be too big. I'll scale these trees down a little bit first. So let's go 0.5, 0.5, and like 0.3. No, you're too short now. Let's go 0.5. Oh, let's go 0.4. Alright, so that's going to be a better size, I think. So let's bring our cherry tree up. Alright, yeah, let's go 0.5, 0.5, 0.4. Now, are you touching the, you are not touching the ground. Yeah, you are touching the ground. So let's go 0.4, 0.4, 0.3. No, let's go back to 0.4. Alright, that's a little bit better in size. Olive tree. Let's just make you a little bit smaller. Let's go 0.9, 0.9. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Orange tree, yeah, definitely. Let's go 0.7, 0.7, and the height, I'm going to leave it where it is. That's a better size. Pear tree looks fine. Oh yeah, this thing is way too big. Let's go 0.7, 0.7, oop, yeah, let's try 0.8. Yeah, that's going to be better. Alright, so that's going to be a better scale on our trees, I think. So now if we go apple, and then I'm wondering if I can get two. So apple, apple, cherry, and then we do another cherry and then an olive, and then we go another olive and then an orange. We skip an orange, we go a pear, and then we go 2 rows where you're still going to be off a little bit. So let's take you, let's bring you over to here. We'll put you, the heck with it, let's just, I'm going to have to delete these and redo them anyways, but let's just do it. Let's try and get our spacing right. So let's get 2 of you. Which one are you? You are the cherry tree. So let's bring you over here. Again, I'm going to have to delete these and redo them anyway. So that's 2 of those. So if we go apple and apple, how many cherries? We got 2 cherries. We have 2 olive, orange. So if we bring an orange tree here and here, that leaves us with, let's bring pair here, so pair and pair. So that only leaves us with one plum tree. So if we put one like here and another one here, then I'm going to have to slide everything over a little bit. So you got to come over tree length. Oh, hang on. I don't have the whole tree. So you've got to come over a tree length. You've got to come over. So which ones are you? You are olive. So if I bring you over here, we bring the other olive tree back a little bit. We take this guy, and where's my other cherry? Bring him back. So apple will come back a little bit. And then, what are you? You are pear. Pear. And then plum and plum. So they can come in a little bit. Yeah, this factory is going to end up being a little bit bigger than I wanted. And for now, so let's take our plane. So we are going to be about that wide. Now if I take, so let me grab this guy for now, because I gotta, like I said, I gotta move these anyway, because they're not in the right transform group. So if we take you and we go 1, 2, 3, 4, about here, we can bring this guy back to something like that. That'll be about the smallest I think I'm going to be able to get this and have it make sense. Alright, I don't want to go any wider than that, so we can bring our footprint down a little bit. So let's take it to 0. Let's get these guys lined up. And we'll start coming back. And again, I can move those. I may scale these trees down even a little bit more. I know it's going through the tree, but the tree's not staying there. This thing is coming out to be way bigger than I wanted. Alright, let's go with it and we'll see how bad it is when we get it in game. What's one of my biggest factories? Hold on. One of my biggest factories is, let me do something here really quick. Let me save this. Let me go to here. I just want to get a feel for size. What is one of my biggest factories? It's either, I think it's the pizza factory. Let me just open this up a second. Alright, I want to do something here a minute. I want to go file, import. I want to bring in the pizza factory just to get an idea on size. Oh, that's not bad. It's going to be about the same size as the pizza factory. I can live with this. That'll work. Let's get back to building our fence. Now I'm not too concerned with size. It's going to be big, but it's not going to be bigger than I thought. But we're definitely going to scale these trees down. These trees are still way too big. So for now, let me get you out of my way. So now you, let's turn you this way. And we'll get you lined up. Coming back this way. Now I got to get this other corner defined. So I'm going to just take, for now, I'm going to take this tree. Get it lined up with this guy. And then let's get him. Let's get him straight back here so I have an idea of where I need to curve my fence. We're definitely going to make these buildable. And I may even throw a surprise at you. And we may even make these out of the new materials for the new map. But I'll make that decision after we get both of them built. We have some new building materials for the new map. And they would actually work out really well to build these two factories with. So I'm not sure yet. I will let you know. I may keep the new building materials still a secret until the new map comes out. I'm not sure yet. So I may sit on these orchards and greenhouses until the new map is closer to being done. So I really want to use the new building materials on these. It's going to make so much more sense than what we're already using. Go one more and we'll make the turn. Yeah, we'll make the turn here. Sounds interesting. It is very interesting. I am so excited about some of the new stuff for the new map. There's like 8 or 9 new building materials we're going to use. Alright, why do you look like you're too far out? Because you are. Alright, so let's continue down. I think I'm going to, I don't know, we'll see. I'm not sure if I want to scale these trees down anymore or not. We can test it with the old materials, and then I can change it when we're ready to release these to the new building materials. So I think that's what the plan is going to be. But we can definitely test build it with the old materials. It'll only take me 5 minutes to change fill types once I release the new factories. So, well, looks like maybe one more. Yeah, let's leave that there for now. Let's take this guy. But now I've got to spin him this way. Just want to get these lined up. Right, yeah, so you're lined up. So now let's bring, no, I don't want him that way. He's got to come back this way because I want a fence post this way. So let's take him back. Actually, let me delete him. Let's take this one, duplicate it again because it's right at the perfect. So now let's bring him out and we can line him up. And we can come back in and close it. So this one, has to come back a little bit. There we go. Now this one lines up. Now we can come back. All I'm going to give away is there are about 9 new factories for the new map that makes new building materials to use for the buildable factories. And that's all I'm going to give away right now. So let's leave a gap, so that's fine. Alright, so there's our fence. So we do another save. Very nice, looking forward to them. Yeah, I am so excited about the new map. I can't wait to get these factories done so I can finish the new map. I have so many ideas for that new map. Alright, so before we put our trees in, let's get our lighting fixed. Now, because I'm going to have to move it. So our lighting is here now, so let's bring... Alright, let me do this. Let me create a new transform group. Let's go edit, cut. It's got to go in here. And then I'm going to take our first light. Don't matter which one. This one will work. Let's go edit, cut. Let's throw it in here. Call this lighting. For now, I'm just going to delete this one because we have one. I have to leave this in here. It's going to mess up my i3D. Well, my i3D mapping's messed up anyway, so we can delete this. So we don't need that transform group anymore. So we're going to get our lighting to spawn in next as part of the build before the trees come in. So that can come in here. Where do we want you? So let's put you... yeah, this will work. So let's put you here. Take you in so you're not as bright. Alright, so that works. Yeah, let's do it. Let's grab a telephone pole. Let's get some lighting on the four corners. Alright, so now you're going to be too tall compared to the trees. So let's go to 1.5. Let's go to 1.5 and let's take our height down a little bit. Alright, so that's going to be a better scale. So let's get one light. What tree are you? You still look too tall. Let's bring our plum trees down a little bit so they're not as tall. So let's bring that one down a little bit. That one down a little bit. Alright, anyway, let's go back to our pole. So let's throw one there. Let's throw one back here. And again, that tree is going to get moved. So let me just get it out of the way for now. So you're my other plum tree, right? This one? Yeah, let's just get you out of the way for now. So power pole in the corner. Somewhere about there. Let's bring you down to about here. And then we'll get another one up in this corner. So for now, I swear I'm going to scale these trees down a little bit more. Let's get you out of the way for now. We'll see how they are. We'll see how they look in game. We can always come back and make them smaller and spread them out. Alright, so now I got to move my lighting down. So I want the poles to spawn in before the lights do. So now let's get our lights in. So let's bring you down. So you're going to have to come down. Just get you close to where you need to be. Alright, now let's get you in. So let's go like minus 45. Alright, so that one's in. Turn you this way just to get you back here. We'll come back here, get you close, and we'll turn you in this way at minus 45. And then duplicate you again, and we'll get you down here. And then again, I'll turn you to 45, and we'll try and get you in. Like so. And let's bring you down. To 45. Alright, something like that. So there's going to be our lighting. Farm Chick, what have you missed? He said there was about 7 factory he's keeping secret. I am. Oh, that will be torture keeping us in the dark. Yeah, I am keeping you in the dark. The new factories have to do with buildables for the new map. So there are about 7 new factories that make about 10 different new building materials that we're going to build our buildings and factories with in the new map. And I like a lot of them for the orchards because I'm going to make these orchards buildable. And a lot of the new building types for the new map will work perfect to build these orchards with. So yes, it's going to be torture, but we are going to make this buildable. I'm going to use the old fill types for now, but before they're released, I can switch them over to the new fill types. Alright, now, let's start with, so our lighting is done. Alright, so let's start with one of the plum trees. So let's go. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. So I could take the second plum tree and I'm going to delete it for now. So plum tree. You are going to be close to this corner, but I don't want you like right in the light. Yeah, this thing. These things have me concerned with this scale. What can I import in here? That makes sense. I know what I can import. Let's go File, Import. Let me do a quick save. Let's go File, Import. I want to bring in I want to see something. I want to bring in species scrambles a minute because it has a trailer in it. And by me bringing in the trailer, I can see about how the scale looks on these trees. So there's my trailer. Yeah, these trees are still a little bit too big. Yeah, these trees are still way too big. Alright, so let's take this plum tree and we'll scale it to the size of the trailer. So let's go 0.5, let's go 0.5, and let's go 0.6. I can bring you down. So that's a little bit better. Let's go 0.5. That is, alright, we're getting better. Alright, so I can live with that for the plum tree. What's next on the list? Which one are you? You are pear. Well, now I can scale them all up to that one because that one is a better size. Alright, so that works. So let's get this back out of our way. So now if we scale them all to the size of this first tree, we're going to be much better off. So let's get this into place. I want it close to the fence, but I don't want it too far hanging over. Somewhere in here. Alright, so I wanted to go too wide. So that works. So now let's take our first one and we can start coming back. And we can get our trees in. If I get tired of working on factories, which I am getting tired of working on factories, I've been working on factories now for about 2 weeks straight, haven't worked on the new map. I think we may take a break at some point, maybe Saturday or Sunday, maybe Sunday, and we'll work on the new map, take a break from factories for a day, and get some work done in the map. Alright, so now let's take this one back a little bit further. And then I can fill the gap in a little bit. Just pull you back a little bit, pull you back a little bit. Alright, so that works. Now let's get our second row of trees in. Then we can scale down the rest of the trees. No, this one. All right. Like I said, I really wanted to get 2 rows of each tree. I'm not going to lie, building factories are fun, but I miss working on the map. I haven't done anything to it since we streamed last, other than build all the new fill types into it, all the new pallets into it, and I have all the new factories tested. Alright, so that is that one. Now we're going to scale these other trees down because they are still way too big. So you are our pear tree. So let's go all the way back to the top. So let's go edit, cut. It's got to go in here. And then I want to delete the second pear tree. So let's take this first pear tree and let's get it closer to the scale of these guys. So let's go 0.7, 0.7, and let's go with 0.8. Alright, that gets me definitely closer in size. So now I can leave a little bit of a gap. So we'll go one row there, second row there. Now this is probably going to end up being too big, but if I have to, I'll squeeze a third row in of one of the trees. Alright, so this is going to be our pear. So let's bring our pear trees back. We'll get a row of those in. Take you back. Let's spread these out a little bit further. Alright, something like that. Then we'll take and we will get our second row in. It's actually easier for me to zoom out and get the spacing a little bit better. Alright, 2 trees in. Another save. Andrew Cave 2023, hello. Thank you for stopping in, taking time out of your day and saying hello. We are working on a placeable Orchard 1, and Orchard 1 is going to have apple, orange, cherry, pear, plum, and olive. And then once we get Orchard 1 done, we're going to do Orchard 2, and then Orchard 2 is going to have coconut, banana, cocoa, pecan, apricot, and peach. And these will be placeable factories that we can use on any of my maps. And on the next homestead map update, I think I'm going to add the fruits and veggies into the map so we can use the orchards and greenhouses on it, the placeable ones we're building now. So eventually we'll have a homestead version of this where obviously you won't be able to build it. So I'll have to change it up where it's not built, but I'm seriously thinking about making a set for the homestead map. Yet to be determined. All right, what's next? Apple. So let's grab our apple tree. So let's go edit, cut, let's throw it in here. Let's get rid of our second apple tree. Let's scale this one back down so we can get it to size because it's still way too big. So let's go with 0.4. 0.4. I think that's going to be much better size. I don't mind it being a little bit taller than the other tree. No, let's go 0.35. That's a little bit better. Alright, so this will be our apple trees. So let's get a little bit of a spacing. And again, we'll get a double row of apple trees in. So let's get that in. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, wouldn't that be pretty cool to have some? I mean, the ones Papa Smurf made work really good on the homestead map. But personally, I'd rather have, two orchards rather than 25 orchards. But I think we have maybe not 20, 24, 25 fill types for fruits and veggies. So we would end up with, let me count them up really quick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah, we'd end up with 25 separate orchards if I made them all individual. They'd be it would take you 2 days in game just to make enough compost and manure to keep them going. It would be a nightmare to try and keep 25 individual orchards going. So that's why I'm grouping them together. Alright, so that is, what tree was that one? That's apple. So next on the list is cherry. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. I'm going to get rid of the second cherry tree, and then this one has to get scaled down a little bit more. So let's go 0.3, 0.3, yeah, that's going to be better. So let's bring it down a little bit. And then let's get it. Alright, so we're going to do a double row of cherry trees. So let's get our spacing in. So like 1 and 2. Actually, I can bring this other one back a little bit. Alright, so let's get our cherry trees in. I do cool work. Well, thank you. It keeps me occupied. All right, hang on. We are getting off course here a little bit. So let me delete that one. Let me delete this one. I got to change this one to 90. So I'm pulling it straight back. So let's turn you to 0. Let's turn you to 0. Let me get these first two realigned. I didn't realize they weren't square to the world. Alright, so let me take that one. Let's go 0, 0, and 90. So they're lined back up. Alright, so let's get my spacing right. Alright, so now we can pull these straight back and I'll go in a straight line. Alright, so let's go back to the first one. And let's get our line of cherry trees in. What the heck did, oh, I clicked off of it. There we go. I was gonna say, what happened to my tree? Alright, so that's the first row in. Let's get our second row in. Oh man. Alright, my mouse is really starting to act up. I think my battery's dying. May have to find some new mouse batteries here in a couple minutes. Alright, so there is... Alright, so cherry tree's done. So next on the list, which one are you? You are olive. So let me, again, let's take and... I gotta go edit, cut, I gotta put it in this visibility group. Let's take our second olive tree and we'll delete it. It was just a placeholder. Now our olive trees, I don't think I'm going to scale down. I want these a little bit bigger. But I want to get my spacing about even. Take it, yeah, there we go. Let me move it over just a little. I don't think I'm going to scale it down to maybe just a little bit, but I want this to be a little bit bigger tree. So let's go 0.8, 0.8 and 0.9. So again, just down just a little bit. Space these two out. Perfect. And that leaves us room on the end for our last two trees, or our last double row of trees. So what trees left? So we just have the orange tree left. Are these square up? These are all square to 0. Alright, so let's bring our double row of olive trees in. Oh, cool, that worked out about right. Alright, so now let's bring our second row in. Hope everyone's having a good start of the weekend. Alright, so now last tree, orange tree. So let me just delete the second one. Let's take this orange tree. I have to move it. Alright, so let's go edit, cut, and paste. So it's in the right visibility, so it's in the right transform group. And how do we look on size? We're a little bit bigger, so let's go 0.5, 0.5. I don't want to go any, let's go just down to point, bring it down just a little bit. Alright, perfect. So I think that's going to be a good size for our orange trees. Let me get it pulled forward a little bit. So we'll do a double row of orange trees, and this will be our last tree for this set of orchards. let's get our second set in. And what's nice about building the second one of these, all we have to do is replace the trees. Once this one's in and functioning, we literally just have to swap out the trees. So building the second one's going to go much quicker than building this one. Alright. Let's grab our ladder. We'll throw a couple props in. So let's take you, bring you over this way. So we throw like a ladder here. Let's bring one over this way. Oh, come on. My mouse is jumping all over the place. Did that not? Oh, that is the second one. Alright, so let's bring you over. Yeah, I'm going to have to look for new batteries here in a minute, because my mouse is definitely not working. Alright, so you are going to go about there. And let's just throw one more over this way somewhere. Let's throw a couple on the back side. Alright, so let me duplicate that guy. And we'll bring some ladders back here. Hoping this thing is, yeah, it's not floating. Alright. And now let's grab one more. It's going to be too bright over here by the light. Let's bring you down. Oh, here, bring you up on the end. Alright, so we got a couple of ladders in here. Let me save this. Alright, so let's look at what we've got going on. So we have our visibility group is done. We have our, so that can get deleted. So we have our trigger in. We need an out trigger. So we got to swap out triggers because we have no liquid. So this gas station trigger can get deleted. We got to bring in a different trigger. We need to trigger from the vineyard. So let's go File, Import. Let's import the vineyard in so I can steal the trigger. So I just want to come here. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And I can delete the vineyard back out. Alright, so this one. So let's grab our trigger where we're going to pick up our fruits from. Let me make part of it invisible so we can get it in place. So you're going to go invisible a minute. You are now going to get lined up with our pipe, and I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. So let's shrink down our size a little bit and get it lined up with the pipe. Yeah, something like that. Now I can take this part of it and make it visible again. Alright, so there is our, so our in trigger is done, our out trigger is done. Our player icon is done, our camera is done. Alright, we're getting there. Now, the first clear area. is perfect. So that's going to be our concrete pad. So that's lined up right where I want it. My level area was where? So level 1, level 2. All right, so now my level area has to go. Let me look at an XML. Let me do a quick save. I want to look at oh, wrong one. I want to look at, I'm going to go into the vineyard. I want to look at this a minute. So my second level area is what number? My second level area is number 6. And it's going to change. So my first level area, hold on, I got to open up the vineyard a minute. I got to open up. Bear with me a sec. I want to open up the vineyard. I got to get these level areas and clear areas in the right spot or it's not going to spawn in. All right. So, oh, I don't want to use the vineyard. Hold on. I don't want to use the vineyard. I want to use the rubber, raw rubber plantation. All right, so let me go to our rubber plantation. I want to open this up a second. And I want to look at our rubber plantation XML. All right, so my first set of clear area was number 5, correct? So my first clear area was number 5, and that defines my concrete pad. All right. My level area, what does my level area define? My level area needs to define the entire plantation. All right, so now we go back into here. So this level area has to define the entire plantation inside the fence. So you're going to go here. Our width is going to go over here. My height has to come back to this corner. Alright, so where's the height? So let's bring the height has to come back to this corner of the fence. If we don't get this right, then the factor doesn't spawn into the map correctly. Alright, so that's done. Do a quick save. So what's next? Next is the foliage area. Is it the foliage area that's next? It is. So our foliage area is where my grass is going to spawn inside the fence. So my foliage area is my grass. So corner, let me go look at my corners because they got to be in a specific order. So left, right, and then straight back. All right. So now I have to go, corner 1 has to be left, so you've got to be right here. So I want my grass to start at the fence. Our corner 2 has to be at this fence corner. So corner 2 comes here. And then corner 3 is going to be straight back in this corner. So this is where our grass is going to spawn in inside the orchard. Alright, good. So that's taken care of. So what do we have after the foliage area? We have a second level area. Now, where does the second level area get defined? So the second level area just defines our pad one more time. All right, so second level area, start, width, and height. So that doesn't have to get moved. Alright, so let me delete the rubber plantation, or close it rather, not delete it. Alright, so that means this factory is built, sort of. I'm going to do a save. I'm going to close it really quick. I want to come back in here. Let's go back to Orchard 1. I want to check, so the cherry tree we can delete because it's in the map. The apple tree I can delete. The olive tree, the orange tree, the pear tree, the plum tree can get deleted. The silo and the small building can get deleted. So that leaves us just with Orchard 1. I want to just double check my textures. So my i3D looks fine. So let's open this back up. Alright, so there's no errors, no texture errors, so we're good. So far we are doing good. Now, I want to make this buildable, so do I have to move anything? I don't have to move anything, so let's create another transform group. Let's throw it in here, and we're going to call it invisibility. Alright, now, which factory gets built? The pizza factory. So let's go File, Import. I'm going to import the pizza factory in on top of this one for now. We're going to steal some parts out of it. So I'm going to take the pizza factory, and for now I'm just going to slide it out of my way, but we're going to leave it in here because we're going to steal some parts from it. First thing I want to steal is one of the fences. So let's go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And this is going to be our construction barrier to build the orchard with. Now this is going to make it hard. Well, it's not. It's going to make it a little bit harder to build the second one, but we'll be all right. So this will be our construction barrier. So let's get our fencing around this whole thing. This will be our construction barrier when we build the orchard. So this will disappear as the orchard is building. So let's just define it. But again, it's going to be worth the extra effort to make it buildable. So as the orchard is building, this construction barrier will disappear. And again, it doesn't have to be pretty and it doesn't have to be perfect because it is going to disappear. Do I want to cut it back in? Nah, we could just take it straight. So you're going to go straight back. This is just so you don't put another placeable down in where the factory is being built. So that's all this does. Alright, so we'll come back. We will turn the corner. Take a quick peek at chat. Chat is good. Alright, so let's take you around the rest of this factory. About there. Yeah, about there. So now we turn you down that way. Get you lined up here on the end. Yeah, alright, so like I said, it doesn't have to be perfect, it's just going to go away. So let's bring you down. Do I want to go? Now we'll just, I'll turn the corner and then I'll stretch that one out just a little bit further. So let's go into 0. And then we'll bring you out. Yeah, I want to bring you out a little bit further. Actually, you're going to line up with this one. So you need to be about there. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Even if there's a little gap in the fence, that's fine. But you will just make you a little bit longer. There we go, that works. Now let's take you and we'll close the gap. Alright, so that just defines my factory as it's building. I think it's just fun to watch that disappear as the factory's building. Alright, so now we need a couple more components to make this work. We need our warning stripes. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. And let's get our warning stripes over here so we know where to drop off our products. Pull it over here to the end. Alright, warning stripes. What's next? Build 1 and build 2. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. And we'll get this in place. Which way do you gotta go? You gotta go this way. Alright. And now we gotta grab our second one. There we go. So let's go U. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. And we'll get this one into place. U. Alright, so that's in. So we're going to need our cone. Let's grab our cone next. So edit, cut, and paste. So our cone, so we can see our player trigger. So you can go there. Now we need our triggers. So edit, cut, and paste. So let's grab our first trigger, get that into place. And now we need our palette trigger. So let's grab our palette trigger out of this factory. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. So let's put our palette trigger in where it goes. Good. And then the last thing we need is our second player trigger to build the factory with. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. Let's get that in place and I can delete the pizza factory back out. Alright, so there's our player trigger so we can get our menu to build the factory with. So you can now get deleted out. And we're going to have some textures we're going to have to move. So let's save this. Let's close it again. Let us come in here. Now we're going to have some more textures to fix. We do. So what do we need? We need build 1, build 2. Is that all we need? That is all we need. We need build 1, build 2, and red. So let's come back in here. Let's go to the pizza factory. Go to our textures. I need build 1, build 2. Let's copy these over to here. And we need red for our cone. So let's copy that into there. And then let's fix our texture pathing. So we don't get any texture errors. Alright, so that fixes those. So now when we open this back up, all of our textures are good. Alright, so there's all of our textures. Alright, now we're ready for our factory is built. Now we're ready for XML work. So Orchard 1, let's go to our rubber factory because that's what we're building this off of. So I need, oh, I already put them all in here. Never mind. First thing we have to fix is our store picture. So let's get Garbage Man's out front, so he's going to go nuts. Alright, so let's get a clean picture to start with. So we have a clean white slate to start with. Now I did have an orchard sign. Let me look in common files. Not that one. Let me go to let's go to my games. Let's go to the hollow common files. Let's go to signs, textures. I had at one point an orchard sign. And I don't have an orchard sign anymore. Alright, so let's check in textures. Oh, I guess I don't have a textures 2. I used to have a nice orchard sign. If not, we're going back to Google. Alright, and let me just check textures 3 real quick. Alright, I'm going to check one more space. Let's go into the map. Let's go, do I have signs? I don't. New building, signs, textures. Yeah, we're going to use part of this. So let's come here and let's grab this. So let's copy that into here. And let's go. Like that. Let's grab a nice red color. So let's go here and here. So let's go. Put you here. And then let's go. Orchard. Oh, I want a capital O. O. Orchard 1. Ooh, hold on, I got a better idea. Hold on, I gotta back this out. Alright, so now let's let me, I got a better idea, hold on, Richie. Orchard 1. So let me go down on my font size. Now, what do we have? We have Apple, we have orange, oh, capital O, hold on. We have cherry. I don't know if I want to go, yeah, let's just do it. Let's see how, I can always move it. Pear, plum, and olive. Pear, plum, and olive. Is that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, yep, that works. All right, I like that. So let's save this. All right, so there's our store photo for Orchard 1. That's done. Now, our 110. All right, so we have to change rubber plantation to Orchard 1. Our factory name now becomes it was 1, 2. All right, so this now becomes Orchard 1. We are going to produce apple, orange, cherry, pear, plum, and olive. We're going to have alright, we are going to have multiple product lines. Hold on. I want to go look at something real quick before I go any further. I want to go into the hollow map. I want to look at the 110 for my orchards a second. Alright, I have everything in one production line. Alright, that works. So our production line is going to be, I'm just going to call it production, if I can spell. Alright, so you're going to be production. We're still going to input herbicide, water, and manure to make the factory work, but we need 6 more inputs to build the factory. So I gotta go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I'm gonna pull up I'm going to pull up species scrambles because I know it gets built. So these have to be in the same order. Alright, so first one is, so we have lumber, then steel. So we have lumber, and I'm going to change these later to the new fill types, but this is going to be just to test it with. Steel, drywall, and concrete. So drywall, again, these are just placeholders, and I'm going to change these fill types later. Plywood and wallpaper. So plywood. Yeah, 'cause these fill types make no sense, but it's good enough for me to build the factory with. So now I have, we're going to have, what do I have? 1, 2, 3. So I need 6 outputs. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6. Our first one is, what's first on the list? Apple. Next on the list is orange. Cherry. Pear, plum, and olive. And olive. And we are going to call this Orchard 1. Alright, so this should be our 110 for now, and I'll change it later. Yeah, farm chick. Sassy one's in, farm chick's in. You all are entertaining yourself because I'm probably ignoring chat. I apologize. Alright, so Orchard 1, so our 110 is done. Why do I have 2 open? Oh, species scrambles. So I wanted to get the correct order. Alright, so I can delete that for now, or close it for now. Alright, so that's our 110. Let's rename you Orchard 1. And then we got to restart. Now we got to start rebuilding this. So one more. Orchard 1. Let's go 125,000. Our fill types are going to stay the same. It is going to produce apple, cherry. Actually, hang on. Yeah, okay, yeah, apple, cherry, orange, pear, plum, and olive. All right, our I3D is orchard 1. So you're good through there. All right, so you're all good through there. Now our hotspot is going to be orchard 1. My save ID so the game knows how to save you when you save and exit. Now the rest we can go search and replace. Alright, that gets us, oh, it's all good. Y'all are entertaining yourselves. Yeah, I'm like completely ignoring, blowing y'all off. Alright, so where does that get us? That gets us to here. So we still only have, do we still only have an exact fill? No, we don't. So we have inside the factory herbicide, water, composter, manure. So that's all I need in there. So, and then we have our new triggers to build the factory with. So what I am going to do is I'm going to go back. We're going to open up species scrambles because I'm going to take a lot of this stuff out of this and move it into Mayan. I'm going to grab this and I'm going to move it into our orchards here because I need this to build the factory with. So we tell it what trigger to use. We no longer have liquid. We have bulk fill. So I got to change that out. So I got to open up yet another factory. So let's go to the vineyard. I'm going to open up that XML. I'm going to steal parts of this as well. So I need to steal this. And I need to put it in orchard 1 here. So that's going to be the correct trigger to pick up our fruits. We're going to leave herbicide. We're going to leave water. We're going to leave our manure. We have to fix our plane because it moved. So let's grab our plane for our poop. Let's grab our poopy plane. And let's go. Yeah, so I have to reset these. And I have to reset this. And then I need this one here and here. And did our height and stuff change? I'm going to change it anyway. So our high point goes here. And then let's grab our low point. Our low point is going to be there. And it's going to go here. Alright, so that resets our plane. You're learning a lot. Well, that's why I am here. And I don't mind answering questions as I go either. Alright, so that resets our plane. Now, I have to bring in all of the building materials to build the factory with. So what I am going to do, let me just take a look at something. It's completely different, but we can work with it. Let's grab, since we're going to build this factory, let's grab our lumber, let's grab all of our building materials. And then we're going to have to make them work for our map. So right now I'm going to grab these. I'm going to move them to Orchard 1 under manure. So you're going to go right here. But you are worded differently. So let me grab this. Oh, crap. Alright, let me try that again. Let me go here. Control C. Here. Control V. So you are number 4. You are number 5. You're number 6. You're number 7. You're number 8. And you're number 9. And again, I'm going to just change these fill types later. These are just now to test with. So we should have 9 inputs, or 9 inputs should match these, which they do. So we're caught up there on our inputs. Our outputs. First one is apple. So we got to change this one to apple. Our fill type is going to be apple. It is going to be just loading trigger, and it no longer has a plane. So that can go. Alright, so now it's going to be easy. So let's go Control C. Alright, second output is going to be orange. Our fill type is going to be orange. Next up is cherry. Cherry. Cherry pear. Pear. Plum. And then olive. Alright, so those are going to be our 6 outputs for the factory. Now, I got to make some slight changes because we actually have to build the factory. So let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'm going to go back to species scramble, so I'm going to see if I'm missing anything. So I'm not missing anything on our inputs. Let me check our outputs. Now I have to add an output in for our project. Yeah, so we have to put the output in for our project to actually build the factory with. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to move that one into here. And that's going to build our factory. Now, my visibility node is 0. My invisibility node is 10. So this tells the factory what to disappear and make appear. So it's going to build the factory and unbuild it at the same time, if that makes any sense. Alright, so that part's done. So that's all of our outputs. Now I have to change this one up a little bit. Now we're going to have 3 production lines instead of 1. But I want to look at something in the factory really quick. Yeah, we're going to make some slight changes. So we're going to call this production line, product line 1, and product line 1 is going to be for our project. And that is going to build our factory. Product line 2 is going to be our production. So let me save that. So let's go back into the factory. I got to change this to product line 1. Product line 1 is going to build our factory. So I need this. Actually, hold on, let me look at something here first. Alright, before I do that, I'm going to duplicate this. Yeah, I need this. I'm going to duplicate it. And then it's going to become number 2. I need this transferred over to here. Alright, so we're going to put in, for now, lumber, steel, drywall, concrete, plywood, and wallpaper, and it's going to build our factory. So that's product line 1. Product line 2, now product line 1 has to go down to 1500. So this has to go to 1500. Product line 2 is going to be to run our factory with. So we're still going to use herbicide, water, and manure. But now we have all of our outputs. So we have apple, orange, cherry, pear, plum, pear, plum, and olive. Alright, so that's going to be our outputs. Now, we can't get 100% of everything out, so let me look at something really quick. Now I want to go back into, I'm going to go into the hollow map. I want to look at one of my orchards. And I want to see what I have my inputs and outputs. Or one of the greenhouses, it doesn't matter. It gives me an idea how I have it set up. So I broke it down, so it's 100% broken down. So this has to be, so like 20% of each one will get us to 100. Gets us close enough. 60, 80. So we're going to get a little bit over 100% back out, but that's fine. So those are our, that's going to run our factory. Now I have, did we get rid of our, we only have one plane, so plane 2 we don't have anymore, so I can get rid of that. Trigger 2 we don't have because we're not picking up liquid, but we are picking up bulk, so I need to steal no, down here. I need to steal all of this to run our trigger with. So let's put that in here. So that's our second trigger to pick up our fruit, our veggies and fruits, or whatever you want to call them, our fruits. I also need, what else do I need? I need exact fill root 4. I have to bring that over here. I need pallet trigger 4. So let me bring that one over here. And I need start one. No, I need our player trigger. What else do I need to build the factory with? That's it. I need our second player trigger. So that's going to come over here. So our exact fill root 4, our pallet trigger 4 are these to build the factory with. And then our second player trigger is to build the factory with. So that's what I need to build the factory with. Flight plan 1969. Thank you for the bits. You are awesome. I don't have my alerts on because I'm not in game mode. I'm in window mode. But thank you very much. Andrew Cave is learning. Flight plan is in the house. Alright, so let's go back up to the top and let's start getting our i3D, all of our i3Ds mapped. And then we're one step closer to getting this factory tested. So our first clear area, I don't think these have changed, but they might have. Our first clear area is 5. So that one hasn't changed. Our first clear area is 5. Our level area, these should be for the grass, right? Yeah, so that one's for the grass. So that one's now number 6. So you are 6. You are 6 because I want grass to spawn in where our trees are. So that one is now 6. Our foliage area is number 7. Yes, so you are now 7. So this is 7. So we're going to have grass under the trees. My second level area should be my concrete pad. And it is. And that is now number 8. So this has to go, this one has to go to an 8. And this one has to go to an 8. And then our seasons mask is the same as our first clear area, so that can stay at 5. So that's everything up there fixed. Alright, everything looks good through there. Everything looks good through there. Our outs are good. Our factory production line 1 is good. Production line 2 is good. So let's check the rest of our i3D mapping. I don't think anything has changed except for this trigger 2. Actually, no, it's all changed because we're building the factory. So exact fill root 1 is now 1, 0, 0. You're welcome, old man 102 anytime. I have not seen him on in a bit. Let's all this hard work. Dixie, you know Dixie's going to find a way to break it. Alright, so our player trigger, I like when she breaks it. That means it gets fixed before it gets released to the players. So I would rather have Dixie break it than have one of the players break it. Alright, so our plane 1 for our manure is now 0 and 4. So you are 0 and 4. So that fixes that one. Our camera is going to be now just number 4. And then everything that we need to... So these all get changed to a 2. And this is our trigger to pick up our fruits with. So you are now a 2, and you are now a 2. Alright, so those are fixed. I heard that Nick had a medical issue. His last update was that he was getting out of the hospital. Oh, and on the mend. That was a few weeks ago. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with Nick. I know he was taking some time off. I know he wasn't feeling well, but at one point he told Dixie he was going to try and come back to normal this week, but I'm assuming that that did not happen. Alright, so now exact fill route 4 is the one to build our factory with. So that is, no, this one. That is going to be 10 and 42. So you are 10 and 42. Our pallet trigger is going to be 10 and 43, and then our player trigger is going to be 10 and 44. So now the last thing we have to fix is our lighting. And that is going to be up in this mess somewhere. I thought our lighting comes in after the fence? Yeah, here's our lighting. Alright, so how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so let's get 6 of them in here first, and then we can renumber them. Alright, so there's going to be our 6 lights. Our first bulb is 0, 116. So 0, 116, 0, 1, 0. So that's easy. So now we just go 0, 116. We go 0, 116, 0. And then we're going to have to renumber these the rest of the way, but just this gets me started. So 0, and I'll show you, if you've not seen this before, I'll show you where you get those numbers from. Alright, so this number here I am getting from up here, and it tells me where my light bulb is. And this tells the game to turn it, make it invisible during the day. Basically, it tells it to turn the light on at night and turn it off during the day. And then our second one is going to be 0, 116, 1, 1, and 0. Our third one, so we just go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So our last light bulb should be 0, 116, 5, 1, and 0. So that's our lighting fixed. Let's hope he doesn't have COVID. That crap is nasty. All right. A couple things I want to do is let me do another save. I'm going to do another close. I want to double check. Let me get a whole bunch of crap closed that I don't need open. So the vineyard I don't need open anymore. Species scrambles I don't need open anymore. I don't need open anymore. Let's work with just our one here. So let's go here. I want to check our textures. Our textures all look good. I always open it up one more time to make sure it doesn't spawn in with any errors. And it doesn't. So let's get rid of our plane and let's save it. Alright, so scripts are done, textures are done, you're good, you're good, you're good. So I just want to go through the XML one more time. Close the vineyard, close species scrambles. You are the hollow map, let me close you. You're my orchard. You are my, well, I can close you. Alright, so let's just work with what we've got. So I don't accidentally make a change to the wrong factory, which I've done in the past. I know we're going to pop this in the game and see what kind of errors we have, and we'll see if it works. So we have our in, we have our out. Lumber, steel, drywall, these are temporary, concrete, plywood, wallpaper. We're going to make apple, orange, cherry, pear, plum, and olive. So that's good. This is our project. This is going to build our factory. This one is our production line to make the factory build. This one makes the factory run. Alright, I think we're good. Let's zip this up. Let's grab my test map. Let's grab this guy. Let's pop him in here. And then let's crank open our test map. And let's see if A, if it'll spawn into the game, and B, how many errors it's going to throw before we have to fix it. So let's go to my test game, which is number 20. I should have a new store icon for Orchard 1. Okay. Oh, there's the rubber plantation. Why is that not checked? Oh, I didn't rename it. Something's not renamed. Alright, let's get out of here. I missed something. That should be not, this should not be rubber plantation. This should be Orchard 1. So let's go see what I messed up. So let's go back to, let's look at the store. So that's correct. Let's look at our mod description. Mod description says rubber plantation. Mod description needs to say Orchard 1. Our XML needs to be Orchard 1. Did I change the wrong one? Hold on, I gotta go check our rubber plantation now real quick. Make sure I didn't mess that one up. Where's the mod description? Nope, that one's fine. Alright. I just forgot to fix the mod description. Alright, so let's delete that. Let's zip this back up. I never, it's rare that I get everything right the first time. So let's copy that back into our test map. And then let's see if it shows up in the store properly this time. We should have Orchard 1. And it still says rubber plantation. Why? Alright, let's go back to our mod description. What the heck? Wrong one, hold on. Placeable mods. Orchard 1, mod description. Orchard 1 XML. Alright, so that's fine. Let's go to Orchard 1 factory XML. So we have Orchard 1 here. Alright, I'm going to do a Control F. I'm going to search rubber to make sure I didn't miss anything. And there is none. My mod description. I swear I changed this. We make apple, orange, cherry, pear, plum, and olive. Our 110. Alright, that is just strange. Hold on, there's one other thing I want to check. So your named store, our mod description says Orchard 1. We have our store. I think I know what I might have done. Hold on. Let me go look at something. Let me go back. So this is our Orchard 1 folder. Let me go back to our rubber plantation and pray that I didn't change the wrong. So rubber plantation store. Okay, now that one still shows rubber plantation. Orchard 1 should look like this, but it should say Orchard 1. I have my scripts. I know what I did. Hold on. Let me check a couple things. Let's go back to our mod description. I have my extra source files in there. I have my change mod title. I have my category change. And I have the brand change. Actually, let's close you a minute. Let's close you a minute. Let's check the log. Make sure I got no weird errors going on in the log. No. So let's open you back up. So you're Orchard 1. I'm going to go Control Find. So there's nothing else in that file that's called rubber. Let's go to our mod description. Let's go Control Find. So there's nothing there named rubber plantation. Let's go to our 110 and do the same thing. Nothing there named rubber. I don't see anything wrong. Let's delete this again. Let's zip it back up. Let's copy. Let's go into my test map. Let's overwrite Orchard 1. I have no idea why it's not spawning in with the correct store picture. I don't see anything wrong. So let's come back down here again. Okay, it says Orchard 1 this time. That was really weird. Do we still have our rubber plantation in here? We do. Okay. So Orchard 1. I don't know what I did wrong, but it fixed it the second time. I don't know if we're going to get Orchard 2 built today. We may have to wait until tomorrow to build Orchard 2. I've been in this desk chair now for 12 hours today. So we'll see what time it is once we get it, all the errors worked out and we get it running. It's taking too long to load. I've got an error somewhere. When it takes this long to load, I have an error. Something's throwing an error. Alright, before I even put the factory down, I want to go to the log. And I want to see if anything is going to throw an error for this new factory. Alright, so it's not throwing any errors so far. That's a good sign. So let's head over here. We're going to have to actually build this factory. So let me clear a spot down here by, this is my test map. These are all the factories that we have in the works. Let me come back here and clear a spot for the new orchards. And then I will, so let's just, I just want to find a grass texture. I'm going to get rid of some more crop. So I want to make sure that this spawns into the game properly. So let me just clean up some crop so we can put this factory down to test it. Alright, now I can spin around, see how much room I have. And then I can take, yeah, let me make a little bit more room. So let me, just give me a minute to get rid of some crop. And again, this is my test map. This is, if you're new, this is a complete disaster. I try and keep every factory running as I'm testing to see how much lag I have and what my FPS is. And I keep all my factories really close together for a reason, just for that reason, just to make sure everything's going to run fine. Alright, this should be good. Let me just clean up this edge a little bit. Alright, I want to do a quick save, just in case something goes wrong with the factory and I have to exit out and come back in. Alright, so let's go to our store. We should now have Orchard 1. in this mess somewhere. We do. So let me get spun around. And again, I know these orchards are going to be a little bit big, but they're mainly being built for the new 16x map. But you can use them on all of my maps except for Homestead. Alright, so there's going to be our factory. So we're going to put in lumber, steel, and then these are going to change. Drywall, concrete, plywood, and wallpaper to build the factory. And then we're going to put in herbicide, water, and manure to run the factory. Before I build it, I want to check the log one more time, make sure it didn't spawn in with errors. And we do have some Lua errors, so something I messed something up. All right, so let's close this. Wrong one. Let's close this and not save it. Let's figure out what Lua error, what I messed up that's thrown a Lua error. And then we can go back in. Once we get this Lua error fixed, then we can build the factory. So what did I miss? Child 11 was not found. So orchard 1, what did I miss? Oh, child 11 right here. I missed the hotspot. So let me fix the hotspot. And then we are good to go. So that should be number 9. So I just have to change that to a 9. So I missed one number, the whole factory don't work. Alright, so let's delete this. Let me zip it back up. So let's copy it. Let's throw it back into my test map. And now it's going to be error-free. Now we can come in here and actually build it and test it. And it should already be checked because we saved, but I just want to double check. Alright, we're good. I am probably going to let this load. I'm going to put this factory down. Before we build it, I'm going to go grab a fresh cup of coffee. So as soon as this loads and I put the factory down, I'm going to take about a 3 or 4 minute break. It's taken longer and longer to load because I added like 10 new factories in the last 2 days. And again, I don't play on this map. This is strictly my test map. Alright, so let's come over here. I'm glad I saved it after I painted my textures in. So we got a lot of factories in the works. Alright, so let's come over here. Let's put our orchard 1 back down. I know you can't be deformed because you're sitting on top of another factory. Do I want it that way? Yeah, we'll just throw it in here. Like I said, this is a jumbled mess of... Alright, now we should have... So there shouldn't be any more errors. Alright, I am going to... It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to throw this on pause really quick. I'm going to throw you all on be right back. Give me about 5 and we'll come in and build this factory. Alright, thank you for hanging out. Let's go back in here. Let's jump back in here. Let's get this factory built and see if it works. So right now, let me drop this trailer because I need the flatbed. Nope, I don't have to drop a trailer. It's got a truck on it. All right, so let's hook back up to this tanker. God, you swear I just got a whiskey instead of a coffee. Maybe I need a beer instead of coffee. All right, I forgot I bought a second truck. I've switched back and forth from map to map. I can't remember what I have where. All right, so let's build this. Let's build the orchard. I don't have the new fill types built into this map, so I can't test it with the new fill types yet, but we're going to use the old ones for now. I know some of them don't make sense, but that's going to change. Alright, so let's spawn out our lumber. And again, I know I'm building these with some weird fill types, but it's only temporary for testing. Alright, let's go to long pallets on our truck. Long pallets. So let's grab our lumber. We got some really exciting new buildable fill types for you that I'm super excited about. But I can't give my secrets up quite yet. So I know I need a double stack of lumber, so I'm just going to grab it. Yeah, if you're joining late, the new map, the new 16x map is going to have, there's like 7 or 8 new factories with like 8 or 10 new fill types of new building products. And I don't want to give my secrets away. That's all I'm going to say. So we're going to have a lot more building products that make sense to build our factories and our stuff with. But for now, we're going to use the old ones just for testing. So let's get our lumber in here. All right, so that should be all. That should be all the lumber it needs, right? Yep, 100% lumber. All right. Oh, do I unattach? All right. Are you? All right. Let's drop off our lumber and let's grab some steel. Throw them back in here. Let's spawn out some steel. Andrew, you love this map. This is probably still my favorite map until the new 16x map is done. I'm only like 10 days into the build on the new 16x map and I'm already falling in love with it. And we get this factory built and tested. I'll give you a quick tour of what's done so far on the new map. That's what all of these placeables are being built for, is the new 16x map. Oh, come on. A little bit too far away. There we go. Throw our steel in here. On the next update, I'm going to up drywall to 10,000 liters. And I'm going to add peanut butter to the Hershey plant, because we're going to need peanut butter in a future factory. So we have to make some peanut butter. Alright, so let's get our steel in here. Should be all of our steel. So let's go grab some plywood. And the next update, I'm going to add mittens to the textile mills. As soon as all these placeable factories are done, you're going to have another set of map updates, but they will all work with existing game saves, so we can get all the new fill types in the existing maps. Alright, throw our steel back in here. Let's grab some plywood. And I'm going to go spawn out some drywall real quick. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Let me spawn out some drywall. So it'll be waiting for us once we get all the plywood in. Plywood. I almost forgot what I was loading. Is there an update from when this map came out? Yes, I think we're up to version 3.4. 3.0 required a new game save. That's when we completely rebuilt the map. And then I think we're up to 3.3 or 3.4. I can't remember. We can look in the files once I get out of here. So let's get... Why are you not taking... Oh, there we go. You'd be taking plywood. Yeah, this map has been about maybe about 6 months ago. It was completely rebuilt. That required a new game save. But it was for the better. We have all the new building materials in here. We have the new mines in here. We have everything built into the map that you need to run it with. The lumber mammoth mill and the glue factory, the textile mill, the updated warehouse complex where we are now. Alright, so let's get the plywood back in the warehouse. Let's go grab our drywall. And the older version of the map, none of the new factories will work on the older version of the map. So you have to have the current version of the map for all of these factories to work. So let's grab our plywood, our drywall. Let's spawn out another load of drywall. How will I get the updates for this map? And it let me, if you go, oh, hang on, bear with me one sec. Let me grab my phone. Because I don't have two monitors, so just bear with me a second. So if we go, you go exclamation point, Facebook, will get you to our Facebook group. Exclamation point map will get you to the Trello board. The Trello board is where all of the links are and all the updates are. And then exclamation point donate will get you I guess it doesn't work anymore. I'm going to have to go in and fix it. Exclamation point, oh, there it is. Donate gets you my PayPal me if anybody wants to drop any donations. So if you're not in our Facebook group, I post daily status updates and photos in there. Dixie, myself, Papa Smurf are always in there helping players, answering questions. So make sure you answer the questions to the group or you're not going to be accepted. But definitely join. If you're not in our Facebook group, join the Facebook group. And then keep that link to the Trello board handy because that's where all of the updates are. So let's grab, let's get our drywall in here. We go get a second load of drywall. If you're downloading the map for the first time, if you're new to Ritchieville, there's a couple of required mod packs that you will also need with the map. So here, bear with me a second. All right, so let's get out of here. Oop, wrong one. Let me get out of here real quick. Let me go to the Trello board and I'll explain to all you if you're not familiar with the Trello board. Let me explain to you what we've got going on. All right, so the Trello board is broken down into separate columns. This column is just the homestead map. The homestead map is the unique map that you need to keep separate from my other three maps. So you have your homestead map here. So you pretty much make sure you scroll down or up in each column. And then you click on the card. And once the card's up, this will give you the link to whatever's on that card. So that happens to be the map. There's an equipment pack, just a vehicle pack just for the homestead map. There's Mod Pack 1, Mod Pack 2. So that's the homestead map. The other three maps you can mix and match in your mods folder, but keep the homestead map and the other three maps separate. So the first map is the Ritchieville map. It'll get you the link. The Hollow map will get you that link, and then the Islands map will get you that link. And then the custom geo can be used on all three of these maps. Then you have your mod packs. The required mod pack, the three maps will not run without this required mod pack. So make sure you download that, or the maps will just not even load into the game. There's a vehicle pack built just for the maps. There's a placeable pack, a silo pack, and an animal pen pack. You're going to need everything in this column as well. The next column gets you all of the placeable factories, and they're all individual downloads. They're not in packs. So if you want Wise potato chips, there's your download link. If you want Dominoes, there's your download link. So those are all of your factories. And then this heating plant will work on any map. It's even non-Ritchieville. And this hayloft will work on any map, even non-Ritchieville. So these are a couple things that will work on just every map. But that is how you read the Trello board. So let's get back in here. And let's grab another load of drywall. So we need another double stack of drywall, and then wallpaper and concrete. We can get this first orchard built. And again, these fill types don't make sense, but they are going to be changed. What do I need? Drywall. Get our drywall spawned out. Let me get our wallpaper spawned out, so that's ready. So let's get the rest of our drywall in this factory. You are welcome. The Trello board can be a little bit confusing to new players. Alright, so let's get the rest of our drywall in here. Is that all we need? Yep, so we just need wallpaper and concrete. Now, the other tip you need to know is whatever map you use, Ritchieville, Ritchie's Hollow, Ritchie Island, you can all put in the same mods folder, but don't have any other maps in your mods folder with Mayan, or they will conflict. Alright, so let me change this back to regular size pallets. And let's go pick up our wallpaper. And I know I'm going to need more than just one stack, so I'm just going to grab a double and take it with me. And then the homestead map is unique. It's different than the other three maps. It's more of a what is it? No Man's Land on its steroids. It has the multi-fruit and it has the extra animals, but it's still a lot of build your own. Alright, let's get our wallpaper in here. Alright, let's get these dropped back in storage and we'll throw our concrete in here. and then this factory should build. Let's get you parked over here where I know where you're at. Let's jump in the cement truck. I'm just going to top it off. Let's get our concrete in here. As you can see as I'm driving around, these are all the factories I've been working on that will be coming out really, really soon. Alright, before I dump the concrete in here, I'm going to do another save. Let's get the concrete in here. Alright, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure this went active. And it did. So now let's jump back in here. I'm going to zoom my camera out so we can watch this build. I'm going to go, it's going to take 3 game days to build, so I'm going to go up to 2,000 speed a minute. And we're going to watch this build. I'm going to go to daylight and we'll go check on the trigger to make sure we're 100% built. I'm going to go down to, wrong one, I'm going to go down to 1 speed. And let's go check our trigger to make sure it's completely built. Yep, our project's disabled, so our factory's 100% built, so now we can work on our production. And I just want to make sure nothing's, I'm going to do a quick walk around, make sure nothing's floating. I may adjust the scale on some of these trees yet. But it built exactly the way I wanted it to. Alright, let's get our stuff in here and let's see if the factory actually works. So we need water, manure, and herbicide. So let me go grab that tanker we were in earlier. So here's Procter and Gamble. This will be coming out soon. It makes toilet paper and paper towels. You guys have the Budweiser factory. That was already released. This is the glass factory. It's going to make glass bottles, and then a new secret product for the new map. Domino's Pizza, that was released. This is the Hershey plant. This is another one that will be coming out real soon. We have a placeable table factory that makes tables, chairs, benches, and it's also going to make another new product for the new map. Wise potato chips came out today. Heinz came out today. Nescafe coffee is a future factory release. Leatherworks, you bring leather in from the slaughterhouse, and it's going to make saddles and boots, so that's a future release. Dole is going to be a future release. Old Man's Mill, that makes walkers, wheelchairs, and feather dusters. So that's coming up. RC Cola soda factory. So this is another factory that's going to be coming out. And then, oh, that's it for now. Now, which one are you? Oh, you're part of potato chips. And then I've got like 9 new factories for the new map with new fill types. And then everything we've been working on for like the last 2 days. That's over on the other half of my map. Well, let's grab some water and herbicide. That is so cool. Yeah, well, yeah, that built exactly the way I wanted it to build. So let's grab some herbicide and water. We still have a second one of these to build yet. But let's get parked right here. Again, I just cheat stuff in for testing because it's just so much quicker. Alright, so water. Ooh, I don't have a water trigger. Oh, there we go. It just wasn't pulled up far enough. So let's get our water in here. Let's get our herbicide in here. Because we already have the factories that make seeds, fertilizer and herbicide, so they're already released. Alright, so let's get this guy out of the way. Let me park him out here so I know where he is. Just go park him back down here by my other truck. And I gotta find my tipper because we need compost or manure. These are the new animal feed mixing stations. These are going to be coming out midweek, like Wednesday. So this one will make your chicken feed. That'll make your bird seed for your ducks, your dog food, your donkey food, your goat food, your horse food, your pig food, your sheep food, and your TMR for your cow. So these will be released like midweek. But I want to grab this tipper. Oh, you're not my tipper. Where's my tipper? What factory was I testing last? I don't even remember. You're my sort truck. Alright, I gotta flip through the vehicles and find my tipper. Over here, hiding behind the TMR mixer. That's what I was testing last. Let's get the TMR out of it. So it's empty, and let's fill it full of compost. Now let's head over to our orchards. Knew I had a tipper over here somewhere. And then, what time is it? 5 o'clock, almost 5 o'clock. We'll start the new one. We'll see how far I go before I get tired. Before I can't sit any longer. Maybe we'll get part of Orchard 2 done. Alright. Perfect. Our manure pile heap works. So let me just get you pulled out of the way here a second. Let's see if you should have gone active. And you did. So let's speed up time a little bit more. So we have, it's making all of our products. Let's make sure our output trigger works. And here, so we have our plum, our apple, our cherry, our orange, our olive, our pear. So we have all of our products and they work. So this factory I am calling almost done. The only thing I have to change are all the fill types to make it build. So I am calling this one, well, we're going to make a couple of signs. And we're going to change this building up a little bit. So this one's almost done. Let's go ahead and make a couple of slight changes. So let's save this. And then let's get, let's save this and get out of here. Let's do something just to make it look a little bit different. So there's a little bit of difference between Orchard 1 and Orchard 2. So let's open up Orchard 1. Again, I like working on a platform, so I'm just going to plop this in here for now, and then we'll take it out later. But I like to have something where I know where my ground is. I'm going to go File, Import. I want to import in the leather factory real quick. I think it has the signs I want. And I think it does. Hold on. Yep, it does. So I'm going to take one of these signs. I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. But I got to move it into a different transform group. It's got to get moved into my visibility node. So hold on. So let me go Edit, Cut, Visibility, Edit, Paste. And it's not going to mess up any of my i3D mapping that way. So let me come over here. We're going to change this. I just want to get it in place. And then we're going to change it up so it doesn't say Imperial Leather. But this building was crying for a sign, like right here. So I see things when I'm in game that I don't see when we're building it in the editor. So let's throw you right there for now. I'm going to save it. I'm going to close it. We're going to make a couple of slight changes. So let's go to here, because now we have to bring in another texture. So let's go to Textures. Let's go to the leather factory. Let's grab this guy here. So copy and paste. Let's fix our pathing. And let's save that. And let's close that. Well, we're going to have to go back in there in a minute. So let's grab this sign. Let's grab a white background. Let's just get it clean. So let me just get a clean slate to work with. Alright, now I want to come over here. I want to see if I can, if this will shrink down without distorting. And if it distorts, how do I want to do this? Let's keep you to this side. I don't want to go where, actually let me do this. Let's go here. I'm going to go copy, edit, paste into new image. Let's, nope, wrong one. Let us, oh, it's not going to flip the way I want it, is it? Image. How can I flip it? I don't want it that way. I want it to be a mirrored image of the one I just put in here. I don't think it's going to change, is it? Oh, hang on. Flip, there we go. That's the one I was looking for. Copy, paste. So now you're a mirror image of each other. So now let's go text. Let's go Apple. Let me go up a little bit. There we go. So let's go Apple. Orange. Cherry. Pear. Plum. And olive. Alright, let's save this. And then the other thing I want to try and do is I want to grab, where is it? This guy. So let's open up this. Let's open up our silo. I want to grab a little bit of this color. Ooh, that's not going to work. Actually, it might. Let's try it. If not, we can change it back. Let's paste this in here. I'm going to go File. I'm going to go Save As. And let's call this building. Let's call it Building 2. I don't want to change it. This way we can flip it right back. Let me save this a minute. I don't think I'm going to like that, but let's try it anyway. So let's go to Orchard 1. I need to change Sugar Mill Diffuse. Hang on, let me just make sure it was diffuse. Yeah, so Sugar Mill Building, yeah, diffuse. I'm going to change it to number 2 just for a minute. And let's see what it looks like. If it doesn't look like, if it doesn't look right, I'm going to change it back. that's going to work. It just gives me a little bit of a stripe on the building. And actually, I think I want to stripe it. I think I want to stripe it vertical to make it look a little bit different. All right, let's go in and do something a little bit different. But this is going to make it look different than Orchard 1. Let me close this a second. Let's go back in here. Let's undo this. Let me stretch you this way and this way. I want to see how it looks if we go like this. So let me save this. And then let's open this back up. I don't like it as much going this way as I do the other way. So definitely not. So let's come back out of here. Let's go back in here. And let's undo, undo, undo. Okay, let's put it back in. So let's go copy, paste. Let's put you back in here. I'm going to make you a little bit wider. I want to. Now this is just a complete test. I want to go like this. Let's copy that into here, and then let me go. Let me try something. Alright, now let's take a peek at that one. I don't like the white stripe. Let's just go back to yellow. I was trying to get that checkerboard effect, but I don't think I can. So let me undo that. Let me try something. Let's go like this. Let me go copy and paste. Copy and paste. Alright, let's try this and see how that looks. I like experimenting. Okay, that's going to work. It's going to make it look a little bit different when we do, because Orchard 2 will be a different color. So that's going to mix it up a little bit. Not in love with it. I'm not in love with it. Hold on. Let's go even a little bit further. Let's come in here. Let's grab some of this. Come back in here. Let's take and see what you look like this color. Oop, I didn't want to do that. Undo. I didn't want to do that. Alright, I wanted to save. Now let's see what that looks like. Ooh, yeah, that, and now let's go one step further. We're almost there. Almost there. Let's take you. And let's go copy and paste, and let's bring you down here. And save you one more time. Oh, there we go. Let's go see what it looks like in game. If it looks too crazy, we can change it back. Um, let's go see what it looks like in game. So let's delete this. Zip it back up. So let's go copy and paste. Let's overwrite the one in my test folder. Let's go back in game. See what she looks like. If I hate it, we can change it back. And then I think I'm going to get out of here for the night. We'll work on Orchard 2 tomorrow, and then we'll start the greenhouses. But I've been in this desk chair now for about 13 hours. I got to get out of here. I got to get some stuff uploaded and sent to Dixie for testing. I got to make a few adjustments to what she tested for me yesterday. Yeah, I'm not in love with it. I'm not in love with it. It's close to what I want, but it's not what I want. We are, all right, hold on. Let's try. We're close, but we're not there. Where are we? Let's go in here. Let's undo this whole mess. So we're back to where we were originally. Now let's grab, I want to grab, hang on, let's do this the other way. Let me grab a square, copy, paste in a new image. Now I want to go color picker, red. And I want to go here. That will work. So now let's go copy. Let's come in here and let's go with red. And I'm going to take it up a little bit taller so there's not as much of the yellow. And let's see what that looks like. You are still there. It's just not quite right. I mean, maybe just solid red. And get rid of the, actually, let's try something. I got a little bit better idea. Let's get out of here. Let's come back in here. Let's go all red and see what that looks like. And then just a little bit of a gold stripe. Let's keep the white off of it. Let's go a little bit of gold and see what that looks like. I wanted to try and tie in the silo to the building a little bit, just to offset it. And it picks up the colors in the sign. I think I can live with that. Let's get out of here. Let's see what this one looks like in game. So let's close our paint. Let's delete that one. Zip this one back up. So let's copy that one into here. And let's go back in game, because it's hard to tell in the editor. Let's go back in game and see what that looks like. Sassy one is still here as well. I thought for sure I was talking to myself. But I do need to get out of this desk chair sooner. I'm not going to be able to sit tomorrow. And we got stuff to do tomorrow. I want to get Orchard 2 built, and we're going to start the greenhouses. And then if anybody's still hanging out with me, let me know if you want me to just jump in the new map and drive around for a couple minutes and see the progress. Because, like I said, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to call Orchard 1. I don't know if I'm in love with it. Let me sleep on it. When you come in tomorrow, it may be a completely different color. But I want to set these two orchards apart a little bit from each other. Because Orchard 2 is going to have a different color silo and a different color building. Oh, maybe if I go all white with a gold stripe instead of red. I don't know. Let me sleep on it. Let me know what you think. Leave it red or change it white with the gold stripe. Remember, always up for a map tour? All right, we'll drive around the new map for a couple minutes. Keep it red or change it to... Now, if I change it to white, my sign's going to disappear. I'm going to leave it. And then we'll see what color we're going to pick for the Orchard 2. So I'm going to leave it. Again, I'm just going to grab a little bit of speed. I just want to do one more walk around. Now that it's built, just want to make sure nothing's floating. And it looks good. Couple of the trees I'm going to probably adjust a little bit. But I think we're going to call this one done up to the point where I'm going to change the fill types. I can live with it. You like it that way? All right, yeah, we'll keep it this way. All right, so let's save this and get out of here. We'll do a quick map tour. We'll just drive around the new map for a couple minutes. I got to change mod folders. And then I'm going to get out of here for the night. So let me go to Ritchie Valley. Let's switch mod folders. I'm not going to take you in my test map because I don't want you to see any of the new buildings. So we'll go into a new save game. I will show you what I've got going on so far. So let me grab save game 9. And you won't see any of my secrets. And this picture is going to change because it's too flat. I need a picture of something with a valley. So this picture is definitely going to get changed. So I want something to do with farming in a valley. Now I temporarily put the spawn point right here, and you can ignore this map, it's still the islands map. Right now, just for now, it's where the castle is. So I got a little bit of work to do to fix some textures and ground level and stuff right here. So let's grab a car to drive around in. I can just lease it. We're not going to save the game. But the vehicle shop is now in. Let me grab a little bit of speed. I got rid of the old. We're going to use Jim's Auto. And Jim's Auto is now the new dealership. So all of your vehicles will spawn in the same way. So they'll just start here and they'll line up all the way here. So the gas trigger's in and it works. The repair trigger's in and it works. So Jim's Auto Sales is going to be the vehicle shop. And I'm going to keep it right where it is. And then it's also going to double as a sell point. So somewhere right here behind this part of Jim's, we will do a sell point. We'll be able to sell like diesel and oil and tires and stuff over here to Jim's. And then across the street from Jim's, I started putting the power grids in. Ignore the little boxes around the poles. But the power grid is starting to go in. Both trains are in, but the crossing signals are not in yet. So this will be a grain station and liquids where you can transfer from train to truck or truck to train. And then when we cross the tracks, we'll have our warehouse complex. We'll sit on this side of the tracks where we have all of our palleted products. So that is done. I still haven't moved the balloon, so the balloon has to get moved yet. And if you haven't seen this map yet, there are 4 bridges that go from the center mountain to the outer mountain across the valley. So there's one bridge that goes north, south, east, and west. We'll cross one in a minute. But then this road will take you down to the animal dealer. And I got some floating things over here I need to fix that I saw when I was driving around the map yesterday. So the animal dealer is in, and it's landscaped, and so everything here works. The trigger here works to buy our animals. So if I brought a horse trailer over or an animal trailer over, I'll get the dialog box. So this is all working. We have our new animals in here. So we have the ducks, the goats, the dogs, the chickens, 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 the chickens and the donkey. So that's all in. So that's working. Then I have, so we come out of here. We have, this will be the barn for all of our bale sales. So we'll be able to sell all of our bales here or bulk. So that'll be the barn. So that trigger's working. I want to work on some of the bridge pillars. So let's go down into the valley first, and I'll take you over one of the tall bridges. But I don't like these bridge pillars, so I'm going to work on these pillars a little bit. So that's going to be a project for another day. You see how they're skinny and then they come down? Well, they end at the top of the concrete pier. They don't come down any lower, and I can't stretch them out. So what I want to do is I want to make two skinny pillars that come down closer to the ground, and I want this big concrete block to be just like a couple inches off the ground. So we're going to redo all of these pillars because I don't like them. So that's a project in the works. So you have Center Mountain, then you come down into the valley. There's a couple of roads. There's one road that runs inside of the canal, and then there's a second road that runs outside of the canal. The hot air balloon is just sitting there. That's just temporary. That's going to move. And then the same thing with the train bridge. I have a little bit of work to do on the train bridges. So nice view of the waterfall here, coming down. And then the same thing with the train bridges. I don't like how tall the concrete is, so I'm going to redo all the train bridges as well. I want to bring the wooden posts down closer to the ground, and we're going to shrink this concrete down so it's just a couple inches off the ground. So all of those bridges all the bridge piers are going to get changed. So that's going to be another project. Oh, and I am buffering. Did I lose? Hang on. Give me a second. I'm going to need to see if I lost my stream or if I lost my phone. Give me a second. I did not lose the stream, so bear with me. I need to reset my phone because it's just buffering. So if y'all typed anything in chat, I did not see it. My phone was just sitting here buffering. The last comment I saw was Sassy One saying that she loved the Orchard 1 colors. So if y'all typed anything in after that, I did not see it. So my phone disconnected from the Wi-Fi. Alright, so there's one road going around the inside of the canal. There's another road going around the outside of the canal. We'll have two fishing boats running through the canal. It'll be easier for multiplayer. Yeah, let's head back this way. Yeah, I can't wait to get a bigger desk and a second monitor so I don't have to watch chat on my phone. One or two more months of my Patreon members, I'll be able to get a bigger desk and a second monitor. And then I started connecting. I'm going to attempt to connect my silos. I don't know if it's going to work yet. So I've got a silo down here. So let's say we have a big cornfield here. I can harvest my cornfield. I could dump it into this silo. And then we'll have an in and an out. So this will be a working silo to put grains in. So if I have a cornfield or something down here, I can dump grain in there. I want to connect it to the silo on the top of the mountain because the silo on the top of the mountain has the train run into it. So this will take us to the outer mountain. And again, I got some floaty things and bits. We're still early build. We're only like 9 days into the build. So we have our upper silo and our train that runs to the silo. So I'm trying to connect the upper silo to the lower silo that's on the bottom of the mountain. So if I put product in on the bottom of the mountain, I can take it out on the top of the mountain. And if I put product in on the top of the mountain, I can take it out on the bottom of the mountain. And if I dump stuff in here with a truck, I can take it out by train. Or if I put stuff in by train, I can take it out by truck. So I'm trying to connect all of this together. And I haven't spawned in the triggers yet to see if it's going to work. So this is what I want to do on the four corners of the map. So this is something I've been toying around with a little bit. There are 3 trains and they're running, but none of the crossing signals are in yet. Captain Jake 5, hi Stephen, the 2 factories you sent to your Patreons, what map can I use them on? You can use them on Ritchieville, Ritchie's Hollow, or Islands. They will not work on Homestead. And then they will be released to the public next weekend. I think I sent you Mammoth Mill, Placeable Mammoth Mill, and Placeable Refinery. And then they're all being built for this map. But I want to get them released early because they could be used on the other 3 maps. I still think it looks, yeah, this map is massive. It's a 16x map, but it feels like it's about 3 times bigger than the Islands map because the Islands map had so much water on it. And then this is one of the tall bridges that goes from the outer mountain back across the valley into Center Mountain. So there's going to be some, once this map is fixed and all the textures and fields and everything else are in, there's going to be some fantastic views driving over these bridges. And I'm seriously thinking of, we're going to work on factories tomorrow, but I'm seriously thinking we're going to come in here and do some work on this map on Sunday to take a break from factories. So I haven't worked on this map in like 10 days and it's driving me crazy. I want to import the balloon from the Homestead map so we have the balloon that you can go in for a ride. I got to get that in. I got to move the other hot air balloon, and I want to start building. I just want to get in here and start building. Now that the basics are in, we can start working on getting the mining in. So I got the electrical systems in, the road system is done, the train system is done except for the railroad crossings. I'm just dying to get in here and start building. So this is what this is my staging area. Ignore all that stuff back there. This is just my staging area. Like I said, we are very, very early, only 9 days into a build on this map. But we're going to use all the decorative trees. It's going to look phenomenal once this map is done. But I want to start working on the mining. I want to get the mining in. So this is my only train crossing that's in. Let me switch to trains. Let's jump in one of the trains. So there's going to be one train that runs the perimeter of the map. And it's a 16x map, and it's going to take a while to get around. So this pretty much runs just the perimeter of the map all the way around Outer Mountain. So that's this train. And it's going to have a couple transfer points from one train to another. Zoom out on the camera. We have the map border to work on. So we actually may come in here Sunday and try and get the map border done. So that's train. Now there's a second train that runs. There's one train that runs the northern end of the map from Outer Mountain to Center Mountain. And then there's a third train that runs. There's one train that runs the north end, a north loop. There's one train that runs a south loop. And then the third train runs an outer loop. So this train will go from Outer Mountain to Inner Mountain back to Central Station. This is the north loop. This is the one that runs the north end of the map. This bridge needs a little bit of work done on it yet. But even coming across here on the train, once all the textures are done and our fields and stuff are in, you're gonna have some crazy, fantastic views coming across here. Let me get out of here. But I am going to get out of here as soon as I can. I'm going to throw you all on ending soon. I'm going to get out of the map. I'm going to switch the trains off because that drives me nuts. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to close and save and back up and do all that jazz. But I am going to shut down for the night. Andrew Cave 2023, thank you. You have a good night. Captain Jake 5, you are more than welcome. Sassy One, if you're still hanging out, have a good night. But I've been in this desk chair now for about close to 13 hours, so I'm calling it a night. Farm Chick, Sassy One, good night. And if the Wi-Fi will allow and the house is semi-quiet, because I don't know what's going on tomorrow, I don't know what the family's doing, I will try and get on here and stream. But if the house is absolutely crazy and the Wi-Fi is crap, I will not be able to stream. So we'll see how it goes tomorrow. But I will do my best to try and come on a little bit tomorrow. So y'all have a good night.